Alright, day 21. Let's fuck. Let's rock. Let's rock today. Let's keep building prompts. Let's inhale food. Let me just review C quick. So I made a minor change when I was finishing yesterday. I wonder what people's perspective of this are like if they come in here and watch me just reading, like, just reading all day, every day, writing all day, every day. They probably, it's like, what is this guy doing? It's okay. Nobody gets it. Yesterday I started thinking about how this coaching layer is actually going to work. It's basically like you turn this level of data and like execution level data into like basically like reports and analytics, and then the coach uses that data because I mean, I guess you could do it the other way. Like you derive the coaching behavior from like this data, and then I guess you can do the reporting at the same time with the same data. Like it's two birds at one stone with one stone kind of thing. But like what you don't want is like the coaching layer looking back like a trillion rows. There should be something like persisted like into the coach. There should be like I have to think about it more. I probably won't look at the input captured, I don't think. There should be like essentially a deliverable, like a character profile or something. Like schedule deliverable is one of them. There could be like a separate state of being profile. And then for now, that encompasses basically everything. Probably just like a measure of how many times each thing was said and then in relation with what like links they had, something like that. That makes sense. Yeah, it does. Or D. Very good. This should be, let me see what's next. So claims, so I'm looking at State of Soul right now, and I believe if you refer to the North Star and read in on what we designed, I'm pretty sure a claim regarding States of Soul would still live inside of State of Soul, and then it's the reasoning for those claims that lives inside State of Mind. Like for example, so if somebody says I'm a Christian, that should get mapped, I think, to both State of Soul and State of Mind identity. Um, Check out the North Star and see what you find and let me know. But I think that's what the intention was. Yeah, that type of utterance should go in both places. That should be an identity and state of soul. So essentially, any claim about state of soul lives in state of soul. And then if there is an identification to self within that claim, meaning like I am, then it would also get mapped to state of mind dot identity. And then any reasoning as per those claims, whether they're self-directed or not, get mapped to state of mind dot intellectual. Make any updates to the examples and context in the LLM's prompt file to make sure we account for this. Maximus. 741, what's up? How's it going? Oh yeah, nice. What are you working on? What are you building? You currently building anything or what? Get that shit out of here. Okay, looks good. Just one minor deviation. One thing I wanted to check in with is we have a few like intro row links going on the input capture side. We have being action links, but we also have, I forget exactly what they were called, but something along the lines of like intra being links where it's basically this case here where you have like a claim and then um like a reasoning for the claim, then it would get an intra being link between those two entries, essentially mapping the claim to the reason. Um, I just want to make sure that we have accounted for that or are going to account for it when it needs to be accounted for in the relevant prompt. Let me know if this is something that should have been accounted for at this point or if it's something that'll come up later. Refer to the North Star for what I mean if you don't have the context. Mr. Blanco, what's up? I gotta do 50 push-ups. Hold on. You tell me what's up, I'm gonna do 50 push-ups. Good shit. Yeah, go ahead. Ask as many questions as you want. Let me update my push-up tracker. We are at 2,600. Yeah, go ahead, ask whatever you want. If you're gonna take courses and your goal is to sell something, don't take courses. Here's what I recommend. Go get a subscription to Cursor. Go get a subscription to Cursor and try to build something. And the way you do that is by experimenting. And if you want to get a little bit of a head start, what you can do is you can watch somebody like me who does this and just copy what they do. If I had to put it really simply, here's what you do. Put it in plan mode and in great detail go through what it is you're trying to build before you implement any code. Get a really good plan in place, provide all of the necessary context, and then let it build it for you. So what type of courses though? Like, is it AI based coding? Is it like, or what type of courses? Because it's very likely those courses are not going to actually teach you the things that you need to know. So what are the courses about? What are your options? And then my next question would be, are the teachers that are teaching you, have they ever actually built anything, or did they just know how to teach about some coding language or something? Okay. Where are you from? What country are you from? So that's not true. Teachers are usually people who are actually not doing good. It's actually the opposite. People usually who end up teaching are people who cannot actually do the things that they're teaching about. So it's actually the opposite, I would say. It's very rare you get an actual good teacher, especially in a school setting. Usually the best teachers you meet through business, mentors that actually work or run businesses in the field that you're interested in. South Korea, that's sick. Honestly, man, my best advice for you is fuck school, go get your hands dirty and just start doing it. Honestly, that's my best advice. You'll educate yourself way faster if you do it on your own. And um, so I have 2 degrees, okay? I have a degree in neuroscience and physics from the University of Toronto. I did very well in school, and I can tell you it's a complete waste of time. What it does is it maybe helps you learn to think a little bit. If you really apply yourself and you really study and do a lot of work, you might learn a little bit, but in terms of actually learning how to do things in the real world, school is not going to help you. Forget about funding. Forget funding. Honestly, if it's only 6 months and maybe there's a chance at you getting money, okay, maybe it's worth it, but definitely do not go do like a 4 year degree or something like that. But so sorry, what's your question? You want to know what courses to take? Well, what's the list of courses? And then I don't know, it's really hard to answer that question, right? Because I've never taken the courses, so I don't know if they're any good. I don't know who the professors are, so I don't know which professors are worth learning from. Like it's a really hard question to answer, to be honest. So I think my answer stands. My best advice for you is if you want to build something and sell it, just build it and sell it. There's nothing else to it. And then if you want to learn how to build it, just go try and figure it out. Bite off more than you can chew and figure it out along the way. Like I have zero coding experience prior to this. Zero. I just started. Like if you're capable of thinking, if you're capable of thinking and you understand like how systems are supposed to work and you understand like the functionality of the app that you're trying to build and you can communicate that, you're already ready to go. You don't need anything else. As long as you can think and you have a good brain in your head, I promise you don't need any course or any sort of education on any of this stuff. Literally go down there, download Cursor, pay for a subscription, and start talking to the LLMs and figure out how to build. And here's how you do it. I'm going to write it down for you. Hold on. Where's my chat? Plan mode. That's literally it, bro. There's nothing else to it. I promise you, it's not rocket science. But if you spend 6 months, um, maybe you learn a little bit. But at the end of the day, what it's going to come down to is you opening up something like Cursor or VS Code or whatever and doing it. It will always boil down to that. That's what you have to do. So, anyways, what are your courses? What are your options? I'll give you my input, even though I don't know much about them because I've never taken them and I'm just going to be reading titles. But let me know and I'll tell you what I think. MVP and SaaS. What does that mean though? Like, I don't even know what that means. Like, every, like, if your goal is to build a product, like, all you're ever doing is building a SaaS. I don't get it. Like, that's what all software is. Like, it's building a SaaS. Like, what else is there? That's not a course. That's like the only thing you can do. How could that be a course? I don't get it. An MVP is just an early version of the SaaS. Like, it's still the SaaS though. Like, that's just the outcome. Like, how's that a course? I don't get it. Like, what would be taught in that course? I'm gonna keep reading my thing. What do you think? Yeah, yeah. I'll read once you send your thing or whatever. Yeah. I'm gonna give you a lot of controversial advice that you probably don't hear from most people, and they'll probably tell you to do the opposite of what I'm saying, but they're wrong. Don't go to school, take risks. Working a job is a waste of time. Build something yourself, learn the skills necessary to build and sell, and do that. Anything else is literally a waste of time. Depending on the type of lifestyle you want to live. Let me see. Do you have to pay for this? How much? True. Um, okay, it's pretty cheap. So here's my honest final opinion. Are you probably gonna learn something useful and maybe give you some sort of baseline understanding of what's going on if you take a course like that? Probably you'll learn something, yeah. Like you'll definitely learn something. But will that be the thing that makes the difference between you actually building a product and selling it? No. No, it will not have an impact on that. What it might do is it might kickstart a little bit of momentum for you so you don't feel like you're starting at zero. If you want the easy route, take the course because maybe it'll give you a little bit of momentum that you wouldn't be able to develop on your own. But if you want my honest answer, if you want the most efficient path with the highest likelihood of long term success, just go download Cursor, open it, spend the 400,000 won on a Cursor plan, and just start. Seriously. Come up with an idea, start talking to the LLMs about the idea, build a plan for it. You know what? I'll give you an offer. Okay. I'll give you an offer. If you want, I will personally help you get started with it. I'll go on Discord with you and I'll get you started on a project that will be worth way more than any 400,000 won bullshit course or whatever you could take. I'll go in Cursor with you on Discord and I'll show you how to do it. And I'll get you started at a setup point. I'll teach you what I know. I'll show you how I do work and then just build from there. I would say that would be a way better way to spend your time. If you really feel like you can't just do it on your own as a newbie and you think it's too overwhelming, I would say that would be a better option for you. But even still, really, what I think the best option for you is just go figure it out on your own. Just open Cursor, come up with an idea, and just literally start talking about it to the LLM. That's it. Start figuring out what types of things you need to say in order to get the result you want. Figure out what things don't work, what does work. Like the best way to get good at this is trial and error. Like really all coding is today is the ability to think, the ability to communicate, and the ability to iterate. Meaning try something, get feedback from what's working and what's not working, and try again. If you can do those three things, you can code and you can build a product, and then once you learn how to sell, then you can start making money. But on the coding side, you need to be able to think, you need to be able to communicate, and you need to be able to iterate. That is literally it. And if you can't do those things, well, I definitely take you to teach me. Well, I mean, we could talk about what it is that you would want to do specifically, but yeah, like, yeah, I would do it. If it made sense, I would do it. I mean, how old are you? How old are you? Like, what type of, like, actually, just how old are you? Okay. And would you say, like, how much time available would you say you have? Like, are you working a job or are you looking to, um, like, what are you looking to, like, invest essentially in this type of, like, work? Like, how much time do you actually have to put into it? Like, is this a side thing for you or is this like, no, this is what I want to do and I'm putting like 100% of my effort into this? I see. Okay, well, what's your Discord, man? What's your Discord? Here, I'm gonna send you a link. Hold on. Join this. Yeah, so that is a complete waste of time. You do not need to be studying for 9 hours a day. You need to be doing things for 9 hours a day. So if we were to work together, I would not do it like that because it's literally a waste of your time and money. Um, hold on, let me send you this link. The way I would probably be willing to work with you if you wanted is it would be more like a hands-on thing, and then I could do check-ins with you. Like I would essentially take you from zero to a place where you're able to at least work from. Um, and then I would basically like because it's what I think is best for you. At that point, I would say go on your own and figure it out. And then we can check in at like the end of every day or whatever and see what you've done and talk about what you learned and improve every day. Right? But for me to sit there and hold your hand for 9 hours straight is not good for you. Like you don't need somebody to sit there and teach you and guide you all day. Like you probably need about like 30 minutes to an hour of feedback every day. And then the other 8 hours you should be on your own just trying things and seeing what works and what doesn't work. And then like at baseline zero where you are now, the first thing that would need to happen is you would just need like a more hands-on like introduction to what's going on. That would probably take like maximum 1 day or something. Like yeah, like somewhere between 4 to 12 hours probably would be my guess, depending on how quickly you pick it up. So the link I sent you, by the way, is basically I'm gonna be making a Discord for um this thing I'm doing. It's not like fully developed yet. It's just like just the server basically. But if you want to join that, then um And yeah. By the way, this is very random. Like I have zero interest in like teaching people how to do this. I'm just basically trying to build my own thing, but I know that in a span of basically one day, if we sat down with each other, you would be able to start building something because it's really not that hard. And I can prove it to you because my partner is somebody who has zero computer science experience and he had no idea what's going on, and now I get him doing code for me. So it's very easily doable. And then probably the most effective way that we could work together after that initial like onboarding would be like check in for 30 minutes or an hour for a day. And probably if you did that every day for a week to a month, you'd be in a really good spot. And then if you wanted to keep doing that and keep getting better and better, then yeah, you can do it as much as you want. But what I'm trying to do is save you time and money and actually get you inside of the work rather than spending time learning about how to do the work. Yeah, your age has nothing to do with it. If anything, you have an advantage because you're older. Because you're more experienced, you're probably more intelligent than younger people. Like I said, coding nowadays comes down to three things. Three things. Can you think? Can you speak? And can you try and try again? That is literally all it is. And the type of thinking that you need to be good at is systems thinking. That's the type of thinking that will make you successful. So my final answer to all your questions before, because I have to keep working here. So my final answer is going to be do not take that course. Do not take that course. The two better options would either be find somebody like me who can get you onboarded and started in about one day, and then do check-ins with them once a day, once a week. Do that for a month, 2 months, whatever, and just start building something. The second option is don't don't learn from anyone. Go open cursor and start experimenting and learn by yourself. Those are the two best options, honestly. So I don't know. Did you join the Discord thing? I don't know. But um yeah, I'm glad I get to meet you too. Hopefully like a big part of what I'm building is about like the product I'm building is essentially an app to help people. It's an operating system for people's lives. So um I'm more than happy to help. And I'm very blunt and honest, and I will always give my true opinion on these things. And usually, my opinion is going to contradict what a lot of other people will tell you. And you can either take that as a good or bad thing. I'm either crazy or maybe I'm onto something. I'm just gonna read this, okay? So if you're still here and you have more questions, let me know. But I need to read this. Hello, hello. I see. That's me. I just responded to you. So, I mean, when are you looking to start? Like, when are you ready to, when are you ready to learn? Yeah, of course. All right. Well, what are you thinking? What are you looking to do? What do you want to do? After this conversation, what do you feel like you want to do? Yeah, and how do you want to go about it? Are you just gonna download Cursor? Are you gonna take your course? Like, what do you want to do? How are you gonna do it? By the way, if you want to get a feel for what it is that I'm building, I'll show you, okay? So, can you see it here? So it's a phone app. Obviously, it's open on my computer right now, so it doesn't look like a phone, but I need you to schedule the meeting with Raji Blanco. It should be around 9. So what I'm building is a life operating system. The first layer of the product is the ability to build schedules in natural language. So as you can see, just by speaking to it, it understands what I'm doing and it translates that into a UI. And here the LLM inside of my software has done two things. It's inferred the time because I didn't say AM or PM, so it's told me that. And I can swap it. Let's say our meeting was going to be 9 a.m. So I'm going to swap it to 9 a.m. And then also what it's done is it's asking me how long the meeting is going to be because I haven't told it. So in order to actually draw the schedule and implement it, it needs to know the duration. So it's going to take about 30 minutes. So now it's going to recognize that what I'm referring to is the last thing that I just said. LLM is a large language model. So that is essentially the system that powers AI. Like what artificial intelligence is behind the scenes is a large language model. And basically what that means is the ability to think and reason across the English language, across human language is what that means. So this is the first layer of my product. So you get to build schedules by voice. And the way it does it, it's a lot better and it's a lot smarter than the way other calendars work right now. Like if you go on Google Calendar, for example, you can't do this. And the way that they do reusable templates doesn't work the same way. And then really the interesting layer on top of this is what we do is we attach context about things like your energy level, your mood, when you actually took action on these scheduling days versus when you scheduled them. So the difference between planning and action. And then all of that context gets analyzed by the LLM, and then over time it functions like a life coach. So what that means is it's able to help optimize your life, do predictive things for you, like suggest future schedules, um, help change things around, maybe fit your schedule better based on what you think, based on what it thinks. And then the final layer on top of it is that we plug in these things called toolkits, which are basically layers on top of that coach, and we provide extra context in different fields of life. So like let's say you're somebody who goes to the gym a lot, right? So we have something called a fitness toolkit, that basically holds all of the context surrounding what is involved in fitness. So all of your workout plans, all of your meals, animations for doing exercises, tracking your workouts, all that stuff plugs right into the scheduling layer, and the coach interacts with that extra context and then helps coach you with that additional information. So it's like a very well integrated system across all of the different things that go on in your life. So, in my opinion, this is going to change the way the world works in terms of how humans interact with LLMs on um, a daily basis. AI health, I don't even know what that means. To be honest, I'll be so honest with you. All of these courses are a load of shit. Like, anyone selling a course is someone who is not doing anything other than selling a course. Like, they're spending their time selling a course, not doing the thing that the course is about. So 99% of the time you're learning from somebody who doesn't actually do anything. They just teach about doing things and they don't themselves actually do the thing. So to me, I would never want to learn from somebody who doesn't actually do the thing that they're claiming to be teaching. Right? Like, why would I want to learn about medicine from somebody who's not a doctor, who actually practices medicine? Right? Like, you could be the most educated person about medicine in the world, but if you've never actually done medicine, why would I learn about medicine from you? Right? It's the same idea with this. Like, anybody who hasn't and isn't currently still working on and is involved in actually doing this type of work, like, why would you want to learn about that from someone like that? So, I would stay as far away from these courses as you can. The best chance at you learning from somebody is to find somebody who is actually doing these things, and that's it. And other than that, your best bet is just figure it out on your own. Because courses are a big time and money waster. Like, trust me, you're almost never gonna get something useful and meaningful out of one of those courses. Like, I don't think I've ever heard anybody ever say, I bought a course that taught me something and that's what made me successful. What do you mean? What kind of things am I trying? Like, in what sense? What do you mean? I just showed you the app. Yeah, like this is what I'm working. I'm working on one product. That's what I'm working on. And right now I'm designing the backend data structure that will support the app's long-term functionality. So I'm going through prompts right now. So inside of my software, LLMs do a lot of important reasoning. And in order for them to do a good job in that type of reasoning, they need very clear instructions as to how to work across the data set. So what I'm doing right now is writing instructions for the LLMs to read. Oh, did you not see? Here, I'll give you the example again. Hold on. Can you see my screen here in the bottom right? Like next to just to the right of my face. You see it says Life OS in the top left here? You see this? See this here? Just let me know you can see it. Okay, so this is a phone app, so it looks different here because it's on my computer right now because I'm just testing, but it's on the phone, so it's going to look a little bit different on the phone. But here's the idea. So the first layer of the product is the ability to schedule via natural language. So for example, I have a meeting today with Raji Blanco. It should be roughly at 6. So what's happening right now is that input that I just gave is being processed by the LLM with very careful instructions that are telling it what to do. So you can see here that it picked up that I want to have a meeting with you here, Raji Blanco, at 6. But since I didn't say AM or PM, it's telling me that it inferred that it was PM instead of AM. So if it got it wrong, say I wanted AM, I could just click this button and it swaps it to AM. And then the other piece of information that it's telling me it noticed that I didn't provide in order to draw the actual schedule is how long our meeting is. So it wants me to tell it. So it should be about 30 minutes. So it's able to understand now that what I'm referring to when I say it should be 30 minutes is the last message that I just gave. So it's connecting those two user inputs, putting them together, and giving this final output. So this is the first layer. It's the ability to build schedules by complete natural language, which is very different than what exists. And then the way that it uses reusable templates like routines over time that are consistent in your life is very different than the way scheduling works right now. And then the first layer is like an AI secretary, but this is where it gets really powerful. So the second layer on top of it is what we do is we attach context to these. This is where the idea becomes very different. So let's say this was a gym block here, right? Like say I scheduled the gym. We're going to collect context surrounding your scheduled activities, like your energy level, your mood, whatever it is, context surrounding your actions. And then that context feeds into a coaching layer that essentially learns about you over time, and it will help you optimize your life via essentially rescheduling, guiding you towards different actions. And then in the future, without you even needing to tell it what you want to do, it will just figure out what you should be doing, draw your schedule for you, and tell you what you should do. And then obviously you can work with it, change things around a little bit if you want to. But the idea is that over time it learns about you and helps optimize your life. Okay. And then the final layer that we have on top of it is we plug in these things called toolkits. So, for example, say you're a fitness guy, right? And you really like working out or whatever. So, for your gym routine, you can basically have pre-built workouts. You can have, access to all the animations for your exercises. You can have, um, keep track of like how much weight you've been lifting, your weight gains, anything that would be related to fitness. So it's an additional type of context to something very specific in life, like fitness. And then the more of those toolkits you add on and you plug into the system, the larger the amount of context surrounding your life grows. And then the coaching layer gets even better. So essentially, the more you do and the more types of toolkits that you plug in, the more well rounded the system becomes and the more optimized and realistic coaching it can give you. So that's what I'm building right now. An operating system for your life. Yep. What's your question? Yep. The guy I work with, you mean now? My friend, yeah. Uh, I worked with him. I taught him what I know, and I would say after about, I would say 2 months of working with me now, he's in a good spot where he can design UI. He understands how to use Cursor. He knows how to code. He knows how to get the result that he wants. And I would say it took him about 2 months probably of working with me to get there. At the beginning, like he was still getting results, but it's just a higher level of result now. Like he's just getting better at it over time, right? I would say if you do this for about a month or two, you will be able to do it. And that is the quickest turnaround time from going from nothing to something, right? Like in your ability to actually do this. If you go take a 6 month course, at the end of 6 months, you're going to have way less than what you would have in 1 or 2 months of actually just doing it. And you might even have a product by the end of 6 months as well. Whereas if you go and take some course, I don't know, probably not. My bet is you would not. So yeah, what did he invest? He invested his time. He works every day. Well, not every day. I work every day. He works, I would say, probably 5 days a week with me, for, 8 or 10 hours. Uh, it's not about good or not, right? Like it's not about good or not, right? And the path that you're trying to go down is a very entrepreneurial path, and it's not about good or bad. It's about getting better, right? It's about like trajectory. It's not like a switch where like all of a sudden you're either good or bad, right? It's more about like over time, how much better do you get? And then eventually you just become good enough where you get the result that you want. But it's not an objective black or white, on or off, good or bad, right? It's like the more you do it, the better you get. If you do that for long enough, you come to a point where you're good enough to get the result. And that's basically what it is. There's no objective good or bad. It's just how good you are, right? And then the longer you persist, the better you get. Eventually, you get to a point where that persistence and how good you are is enough to get the result, and then it happens, and that's it. There is no better way to go about this than doing it. Learning how to do things is a complete waste of time in a book, in a course. The best way to learn is by doing it, by iteration. Try and fail. Get frustrated. Things aren't going to work. Figure out why they're not working. Try something new. Keep trying. Bang your head off the wall. Learn. That's how you get good at these things. But if you wanted some sort of metric, I would say in 1 month, I would say I could guarantee that you would be able to, at the very least, understand how to use the tools to build something. And then at that point, it would come down to your ability to think inside of those tools, and how good your ideas are and what it is you want to build, and then iterating and trying to actually execute on it, I would say. But within a month, you'd be completely fluent in what's going on. Kind of inspiration. I mean, the alternative is it's not inspiration, right? It's like a risk benefit analysis, right? Because the alternative is you're an employee, you work for someone else, you follow their instructions, you're at their mercy, and that's the alternative. And so it's either I get up when I get frustrated and I figure it out on my own, or I'm at the mercy of somebody else doing what they tell me to do, making money that is not the type of money that I want to be making. I get paid way less than what I'm worth, right? Like the deal doesn't make sense to me, right? Like being frustrated and having to learn is way easier than accepting that type of life. Spending the next 40 years of my life working for someone else and following instructions and never creating anything of my own. Like that sounds way worse to me than being frustrated and having to learn something on my own. So it's not about inspiration, it's about simply making the better choice. Right? I want to create something of value. I want to contribute to the world. I want to do something meaningful. I want to have freedom financially, right? How am I ever going to get that if I don't go down this route of learning how to do my own thing, build my own thing? Is it even possible? I don't think so, right? I don't want to be a slave. I'd rather be a slave to myself than the system that exists in the world. That's what you should do, man. 100%. And what I'm saying, the best way to go about that is not by taking a course, it's just by doing it and figuring it out yourself. Because you know what a course is? A course is a comfort zone. It's a nice, instructive environment where people are going to tell you what to do, and it's going to be just like what you're already doing. You show up to your course, you don't really have to think for yourself. They're going to guide you, tell you what you're doing right, tell you what you're doing wrong, and that's not really any different than what you're doing right now. So if you really want the non-comfort zone, put yourself in the non-comfort zone. The course is not a non-comfort zone. It's a what it is it's the exact same thing that you're already doing disguised as being the non-comfort zone to make you feel like you're doing something different, but you're not. There's this thing as well called the internet that has access to everything you would ever want to know. So every time you encounter a problem, you can just search it up and get the answer immediately for free. So anything you could learn in this course exists already on the internet for free. And you will only need that information when it becomes relevant to you. So you might as well just start when problems arise, problem solve them, use the internet, use tools at your disposal, and solve them in real time rather than like learning all of these things ahead of time that may or may not apply to you that might not even have anything to do with actually implementing in practice, right? So, yeah. Anyways, I gotta read all of this now, so I'm gonna get back to reading this. Cursor. Cursor. Just get the reason I say cursor is because it has all of the models, like all of the LLMs, a part of it. You don't have to worry about getting separate like LLM packages. What I would do is just get the cheapest plan for now. Put it on auto mode. Don't select the specific model that you're going to use. Literally put it on auto mode and just start talking to it. Come up with an idea, talk to it about the idea, put it in plan mode, um, and just start. Just come up with an idea and start talking to it about the idea and see what happens. And if you want to do some sort of onboarding sort of like first attempt at it, if you want, like I said, we can talk about it and we can potentially do it together. Literally after one day you would be ready to go. I'll teach you everything you need to know in literally one day. Not even a day, like hours. It would take no more than 4 or 5 hours. In this exact moment, no. Um, I'm very busy. Like you can go look and look back and see my records. Like I stream all day, every day, just working on this, so I'm pretty busy. If you wanted to do this, we would need to come up with a set time we were gonna do it. And then to be honest, I wouldn't do it for free. Like I just don't have that type of time. So if you wanted to, I'm more than willing to help, but we would have to plan a time and then discuss like what we think it's worth. So, like I don't do this, by the way. Like this is just a random conversation, so I haven't even thought about what it would cost for me to do something like that. Um, so yeah, if you want to work together, it's possible, but we would need to talk about the details of it, come up with what we both thought was, fair or whatever, and then yeah, then we could move forward. What time is it in Korea right now? It's like 9, should be like roughly like 11 or 12-hour time difference, I think, right? It's like 9 p.m. or something, 9 or 10 p.m. Hmm. Yeah, 10 p.m. exactly. So, so what do you want to do? You want to maybe you want to go on a call and you want to talk about this and maybe be able to work together, or what path do you want to take? Because right now I have to get back to work here and focus on what I'm doing, but if you want, we can schedule a time um and talk about it, and then yeah, and then figure it out. Yeah, I hear you. Like, unfortunately, I'm not in like a charitable position right now. Like, I'm already very strapped for time. So, yeah, like there's no way I could just like invest 5 hours or however long, like even a full day, whatever, for just no reason. You know what I mean? Like, I love helping people and everything, don't get me wrong, but I'm in a period of life right now where I need to help myself too. In the future, I'm sure I'll do charitable shit like that like all the time, but right now I'm not in a position to do that. So if you seriously were considering working together for whatever reason, it would not be free, no. But if you want to not go that route, I would still highly recommend to you, do not take the course and just go download Cursor and start. Regardless of whether or not I walk you through Cursor and show you how to use it and essentially teach you how to build inside of it, um, just go figure that out on your own. Do not go spend 400,000 what won or whatever on some bullshit course for 6 months. Honestly, it's a waste of your time and money. Anyways, let me know what you want to do. Regardless, I appreciate the conversation. I hope you learned something from this. Um, yeah, yeah. Feel free to reach out, man. No problem. But yeah, regardless of what you want to do, hopefully you learned something from this. Keep checking in with the stream. I do this live every day. So if you want to keep checking in, see where we're at, what we're working on, you'll learn a lot just by watching me. You can basically just emulate my work, right? Like literally whatever I do, you can just copy it. Like come up with your own product and just mirror the type of techniques that I'm using for as it applies to whatever product you want to do. And and that's it. Yeah, but feel free to message me on Discord. Um, if you have questions, let me know. But if you want the most personalized access and you want to get the most out of what I could be able to teach you, I would say the best option would be just sit down together for a full day probably, and I'll teach you everything I know about it. And by the end of that day, you'll be like you'll be at where you would be after an entire 6 month course, I would say. I could literally probably teach you all of what you would need to know in 6 months in about one day. Because you got to remember, like the way they design these things is they make them feel valuable, right? Like 6 months, like, whoa, so much information and value, right? But really, there's not that much going on. It's like the same thing in a university course. Like it takes 4 months to take a university course or whatever, but really you could probably learn the entire course in like a week, maybe 2 weeks, right? So things are always overdrawn because that's the game, right? Like you're not gonna pay so much for something that literally takes you a day. You would never just be like, here's fucking like, here's my tuition fee for 2 weeks for this course, you know? Like people want it to be long subconsciously because it feels more valuable, but the truth is, it doesn't take that long to learn. So yeah, let me know. I'll be around, but I'm gonna keep working now. So here we are essentially mapping inference and parser confidence. Yeah, yeah, no problem. Good luck, man. I wish you the best of luck. You're taking the right steps. Um, Now it's about optimizing and coming up with the best way to take those steps. You're in the right direction, though. Build and sell, build and sell, build and sell. Do that. Okay, I went through section C and D again, and they both look solid. Section E as well looks solid. So that covers all of the state of being major branches. I'm looking in section F now at inferences and parser confidence, and this section is very thin. I know it's pretty simple. It's basically if it was verbatim, it gets the mapping to verbatim. Um, but in the case where it needs to give a confidence value that's not verbatim, we need more explicit examples as to when it should get low, medium, or high, right? Like it just feels like this section is quite thin and not fully detailing how to actually go about deciding which parser confidence it should get, and then also like when something would be grounded as an inference versus verbatim. I'm not sure how detailed we got with this in the North Star, but go and check and see if there is some context. If there is more context, use that. If there's not, let's just come up with some examples in section F. It would illustrate the points that I'm making. One thing I want to mention before I forget is a key element of this design working well is that it runs efficiently and we're not bloating token usage in the case where we don't need to run certain prompt sections. Like for example, if the pack had no identifications of states of being, then essentially this prompt should never run, right? Um, sorry, the utterance, not the pack. So it's if the utterance had states of being, then prompt true would never run. So basically, what we need to do is make sure we're gating which prompts actually get read. Like basically prompt 3 should only be happening when a state of being likely outcome occurs. And if it's not, then it should just never be read, and then it should skip to 4 basically, and then read the gating condition for 4. Like each prompt should essentially have a gating condition because we don't want it to read context that it doesn't need to read on each input, right? And then like only when that section becomes relevant to the task at hand should it read the related prompt. We don't need to implement that right this second. I just wanted to make note of it. I wanted you to let me know if we have any sort of explicit gating like that, or if that actually works in practice. Like when an LLM receives an input via like an API request, does it just receive the whole string at once and read it all, or does it read like sections of the string in order and then can it skip to later sections? Like, is this type of gating even possible if we're including prompts like 2 through, I forget what it was, 9, I think, all in one string essentially, like one prompt containing all of these as like sub prompts? Is that possible to gate in that way? Okay, I see. So basically what you're saying is we want to concatenate strings between prompt 2 to prompt 9, and then basically depending on the nature of the input, pass certain sections of that concatenated string to the LLM in one request. Is that basically the idea? What would you recommend we actually do? Because it seems like that's option one, and then option two is basically just leave it as it is and accept that it's going to be bloated at runtime. Okay, so essentially your recommendation is for now while we do testing and drafting, we should keep prompts 2 through 9 as one long string and just give it everything and then let the bloating happen. And then later when we're trying to ship for production or looking to optimize efficiency, we would then split these into separate strings, and then we would require essentially an extra call after prompt 2 runs in order to determine which of those prompts 3 through 9 would actually get sent to the LLM in order to do the persisting to data. Um, yeah, is that basically the idea? And when I say a separate call, I don't mean like a new chat. Like basically, it would be like the LLM in one chat receives prompt 2, and then it sends like a message back to the server basically saying, okay, this is what the inputs were. And then based on those input passes, like what got flagged from phase 2, still in the same chat from the server would send back to the LLM in the same chat the actual correct prompts that would map to what happened in prompt 2 essentially from prompt 3 to 9, like the actual sections that map over. And then that would reduce token bloat, I'm assuming. Um, it is one extra API request, I guess, but because the text would be significantly less, I think overall you would end up spending less tokens. What do you think? Does that sound right? Am I understanding this correctly? And do you think it actually would be more efficient, like during the optimization phase? So it wants to pass the, okay. Is this something that we even really need to consider? Like, how much would this actually save in terms of token cost, like dollar value? Like, the nature of the type of inputs in this type of app, like, how expensive would the inputs actually be? Like, would this sort of efficiency change really make a meaningful difference, or is it already going to be pretty cheap to run as is, right? Like, I think because the data is so structured and the instructions are so clear, you can run this on a much older, simpler model, like maybe like a GPT-4 or something like that, and it will do perfectly fine. I think. I don't think you need like the newest, most expensive, fastest model. So I'm just wondering if this type of efficiency check, at least on the input capture layer and persisting this type of data, transferring to deliverables, whatever, based on this very rigid data structure and very clear instructions. Like, do we actually need to do an efficiency sweep on this, or do you think it's gonna be okay as is? Yeah, that's what I thought. It's really not a big deal. Okay, so let's just make note of that inside of this file, add some sort of section about like a long-term efficiency sweep that may or may not happen depending on like token cost, like bloatage, like running too slowly, things like that. And basically, I want you to record the context, like what would be required to actually go into accomplishing something like that. And like one thing I can think of explicitly right now is prompt three, I believe, depends on like the definitions and structure that's defined in prompt two. Like so, for example, in order to carry what's structured in prompt two forward, we may or may not need to add more to prompt three at a later time if we were to segregate them outside of one chat. So yeah, just think through that type of thing, like what would need to change about the the nature of the prompts in order to actually successfully do this type of gating split. Probably something like whatever is in prompt two that isn't a part of prompts three through nine, there needs to be some sort of additional section written that carries that missing context, as well as like whatever the server provides, in order to determine which of prompts three through nine would get included. Yeah, so go ahead and add a section like that if you haven't already to the LLM prompts plan file. Make sure it includes the right context in order to merge back with the North Star later as well. Okay. Okay, I'm about to go back and look at section F now. Really quick before I do, can you just look at C, D, and E and make sure they're internally consistent and they have all the same level of detailing that is present in um, other prompts like A. Basically, just do a final sweep of, I guess, A through um, E. Check for internal consistencies and make sure they're detailed enough for the LLM to be able to actually function the way the app is intended to. And then let me know, and then I'll move on to F. A bit closer. Okay, let's do F. My shoulder. Oh, So is there a full shape actually? Uh, Here, yeah, so yeah, so we're good. Okay. Back to F. I was just checking to make sure it had the shape for each of these arrays. It does. So we are Gucci gang. Okay, so again, I'm looking at section F, and there's reference to the North Star, which will not make sense to the LLM in the context of the app because the North Star is just a plan file that we're essentially using to build the app, but it doesn't actually mean anything. So, as I mentioned previously, we need to make sure that we don't explicitly mention things like North Star anywhere inside of this LLM prompts plan file because when these are actually used inside of the app, things like North Star don't make any sense. So make sure you maintain all of the logic for what is trying to be conveyed, but do not reference those types of things. Just make it more general so it will apply correctly inside of the LLM. Okay. Oh, okay, good. It has high, medium, low possibilities for each case. That's important. Let me just what's the mean entry? I'm looking at the worked examples right now, and for the field where you have entry and then like an abbreviation, what is that? Like what field is it explicitly getting written to? Like what does it mean by entry? Okay, that's fine as long as it's explicitly documented somewhere. Do we have that clear mapping of like the pattern where it's either the subkey or the label followed by evidence after the comma? Like right now, it doesn't feel like there's a clear mapping of this meaning unless I missed it somewhere. So can you just check and make sure that if it's not added, that we add it in? I need to do more push-ups. Biddy, Biddy. 2,650. Okay. Okay, this is much more clear now. So, hold on. Okay, so I see that you have added, um, like it explains the shorthand part and then the written to captured JSON, which is important. Like it needs to know, I guess in some sense, like that I'm tired maps to the label of like energy or tired, but then where specifically in the state of being tree where that would map to, like you were hinting at that, but then in the actual examples, that's not illustrated. Like above the 5 part column where it's raw text, entry, grounding, parser, confidence, and why. Above there, you've given like some sort of examples about how, energy tired, evidence, I'm tired, and then how that would map to being dot state of body dot energy. That's not present in the actual full detailed examples below. Given all the other context we have in the prompt already, do we need to restate it or what? Was basically the point of this here was just to show that these sort of labels do map to somewhere in the state of being branch, and then we can basically just look at earlier context to understand which branches that would be. Is that kind of the idea? Okay, that's good enough. Now it is clear. Now I can look at these. So by looking at the above context, it understands this now. And it has instructions as to what this means, which it didn't before. It's not hot anymore. Looking good. Okay. Looks good. Okay, so do you think it's clear enough to the LLM, given what exists in section F right now, as to how to actually write to the data structure? Like it knows to go look for the right array inside of the right branch and write essentially the grounding and certainty data in accordance with the correct link. Like, is it capable of actually doing that right now given these instructions? Is it explicit enough? Like basically there needs to be very clear instructions that what the LLM is doing is for each state of being entry, it needs to create this sort of mapping to the grounding and parser confidence per entry and keep track of um which entry maps to which label, you know what I mean? Like inside of states of being. So do we think that that's explicit enough right now, or is there still some room for ambiguity? Rules below. Yeah, you might as well just add a quick example for that. It's an important edge case. Okay, let's go into G. Okay, do a final sweep of F, check for any inconsistencies or anything you think we need to add, but I think I'm ready to move on to G. So yeah, check over F, and then I want you to make sure, because I'm looking already now and I see G is quite thin, make sure we're upholding the same type of rigorous detailing like we just did in F. Make sure G has the same type of full example suite, all necessary rules so the LLM can actually follow the instructions needed in order to function correctly. Is this F? Is this G? Here we go. Okay, so the same way that you created the link to like a future date in section 3 of the per entry workflow section, it should do the same thing for past, but instead of at the anticipated, sorry, not anticipated, instead of at the I can't find where it went. So the same way that you said set the anticipated for date in the future facet in the past facet, it should actually hold on. I'm thinking now this is not creating the being link with the schedule instance, is it? Anticipated for date, I think that's something different actually, right? Yeah, yeah. This was just keeping track of what day the future utterance was supposed to happen on if that was picked up, and if it's not, then you just omit it. I have the correct understanding, right? Like the deliverable layer of linking either future or past facets to like at execution or at schedule time. That's like a later issue on the deliverable side, right? Pretty sure. Okay, good. Stabbing my ears for torture. So field contract, did we have that? Okay, so I'm noticing a bit of random differences in section structure, which probably doesn't need to exist because essentially F and G are the same thing, but for different fields, so they should include the same, type of instructions. Like, for example, there's a field contract section in section G, which I don't think exists in section F. So let's figure out basically like what the set structure of each of these sections should be. So we have like a coherent, repeatable pattern, right? Like for the previous three sections that are breaking down each of the branches, those should essentially have the exact same structure. Then now that we're going into each of the different fields and breaking those down, those should have the same structure. Basically, we just want to have consistency across the prompt because it feels a little bit all over the place right now. Um, yeah, don't necessarily go and make those changes right now, but let me know what you think about this idea in general and then what we should do. Okay, I want you to go ahead and standardize these in a way that you think makes the most sense. I don't want you to lose any logic or examples we've gone over in any of the sections we worked through. I just want you to reformat them in a consistent structure. Move the context around so it fits this new structure without losing anything. I'm gonna go get coffee. Okay, let's see what it just changed for the structure. Okay, so it did something quite different here. So I believe, yeah, so it's mapping here, so that's fine. So it is clear. So it's closed, theme work. Okay, so it is explained, so it's fine. This is better structure for the document. Okay, this structure looks better. Okay, so here are the different examples for. Okay, I think the structure is pretty solid now. So let's go back. I think it was G. Okay, I think it looks better structurally now. It reads cleaner, I would say. I still want to go through G onwards in more detail, so I'm gonna pick back up at G now and keep going from there. Fun. Where is here? Fun. So it's at, okay, so it is at this level, so it's fine. It is defined. I think attention to detail might be like the most valuable skill in the world if used properly. I think two important skills is the ability to think about a lot of different systems at once and how they interact. Like a large working memory is a very important skill to develop, or I guess a natural talent to have. You're very lucky if you have that. And then if you can persist inside of a problem with a high attention to detail, I think you can build pretty crazy shit. I think anyone who says they have ADHD and they can't focus, they're coping. You just never taught yourself how. You never tried hard enough. You just quit before you learned how. Okay. This is correct. I was almost thinking that that guy that came in here earlier was gonna buy something from me, like randomly. Like I almost thought he was gonna tell me, like, let's do this thing, like just randomly. I didn't really push for it. I bet you if I did, I could have done it. Because he asked me, "Do you have time right now?" I bet you if I got him in a Discord call right now, I literally could have done something, like almost guaranteed. I think, but I told him I gotta work because this is not about making a quick buck. Good. Can't wait to test this. I actually can't wait to test this. It's gonna work. It's literally gonna do anything. Like you can literally say anything and it's gonna work. I need to learn more about like what LLMs actually are, like at the fundamental level. Like where does the understanding of human language come from? You know, let's do a little. Let me finish this section, and we're gonna do a little mini side quest right now, and we're gonna learn about that because it almost feels like I'm building an LLM right now, in a sense. Like basically, like the step that I'm skipping is that most fundamental layer where it's like, how does it actually understand language? But basically, what it feels like I'm doing is giving very structured, data structures and instructions to work on top of that understanding of language. So it feels like I'm building like almost like an LLM that's tailored towards specific tasks in a sense, without actually doing the most fundamental layer of teaching it what language actually means. But it feels like, in some sense, this is kind of what building an LLM is right? Like, I wouldn't call this an LLM. It's more like I don't know what I would call it. It's like it's something on top of an LLM, but it's its own type of model. Like it's like a human behavior model or something like that. Is basically what it feels like I'm building. Like it's an extension of what an LLM is. Like LLMs provide the ability to reason across the English language, but then this essentially provides the ability to reason across human behavior in a structured, persistent way, right? Which LLMs do not do right now, at least not well, right? Like they do it in some sense, but they don't do it well because of the way they store context. It's not that they don't understand this type of thinking, it's that they don't, there's no structure for persisting this type of data and allowing long term thinking about this type of human behavior type of thing in an efficient way with clean signals. Like the only way it can do it right now is by storing massive walls of text, which is not good. Like there's no mapping to like a structure of human behavior, which it feels like that's what this is. So where was I? Right here. Yep. Okay, let's read this multi-entry example. We'll finish up to H and then we're gonna go on this little short side tangent and just learn a little bit about how LLMs actually understand the English language. Uh, 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 uh. Okay, inside of example F, where you're illustrating the multi-entry temporal example, the data structure is written a little bit weird. Like we have anxious work and then a colon and then grounding slash parser confidence verbatim and then a semicolon. Like I don't really understand what this is. Shouldn't we just show the clean structure of the array? Basically, like you have it below for illustrative object one only and then not object two. We should just show the the full field entries for object one and object two so it can see the intended target structure in this case, and then show how these would be essentially inside of an array and there's separate entries inside of the array for each of these JSON objects. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Much better. What I would mention this year. Okay, I think that's okay. I think section G looks solid now. Can you do one final full pass of it? Let me know if there's anything stale, contradictory. Make sure the context is fully up to date. Let me know if there's anything else we need to add. But as per my walkthrough, it seems like we're in a good spot now to move on to section H. Once you do that pass of G, let's bring H up to the same rigorousness of the previous sections. It's looking pretty slim right now. Okay, so F was dealing with the temporal entry. Now this is essentially saying make sure there's no duping. What is being entry trace referring to? I saw it somewhere down here. We'll get to it when we get to it. Okay, so I'm starting section H, and I see a mention of something called being entry trace right now, and I scroll down to the output and notice there's some sort of structure being written alongside states of being. What exactly is this? Because I don't remember designing this in the North Star. I'm not sure what it is you're referring to here or what the job is. Whoa. How many hours we clocked? 3. Okay. I see. So the idea is basically setting up for the later section um, in order to essentially establish the intro row being links. Is that basically the idea? If that's the case, right? Like if we're keeping track of that now at this point, shouldn't we just handle everything in accordance with states of being? Like, why don't we just create the intra-being links now, right? Like if they came from same utterance, like why not just create those links now? Actually, I'm trying to remember what even was the point of intra-being links? Was it to keep track of things that came from the same utterance, or was it things that were related? I don't actually explicitly remember what the point of intra-being links was, because I'm thinking now, like, if they're already in the same row, that means they came from the same utterance, right? So, yeah, just remind me what intra-being links were actually all about. And then basically we need to decide, do we just handle this now at this step? Like essentially prompt number 3 would also handle establishing these being links, because I don't know, it doesn't really make sense to me to create a temporary record for something that we're going to do later when we're basically already doing the work now by creating the temporary record, right? Like we are doing the work, we're just not persisting the data. So that seems weird. So let me know what you think. So when they're okay, I see. I see. I see. Okay. So being links is something that we do need to store essentially as like non-persistent data right now, like in the way you described with the being entry trace, because that's what will allow to make the being linked later once the schedule deliverable side has actually been persisted. So that is correct. But what I'm evaluating now is whether or not being dot intralinked should also be dealt with right now. Um, is that something that we should handle in a later prompt? Let me know when that was going to come up. Is that prompt number 4? Um, yeah, let me know how we should deal with this because it is something that should happen like relatively soon, if not now. Like basically all of the entries should be put inside of the input capture row for all the states of being, and then immediately after that, before anything else happens, the interlink should be established, right? If not established at the time of writing. So yeah, let me know your thoughts on that. But I think we're clear then on the necessity of being entry trace as it relates to being links, because that is something that we can't handle until the deliverables are mapped, which is a downstream process. So we do need that. Then the question is the being entry trace actually doing that job well? We're going to need to look more into that as I scroll down more, but for now, I think the idea is there. Okay, yeah, this is making perfect sense now. So basically, we need to account for being interlinks inside of prompt three. That makes complete sense. Um, so what's the best course of action to actually implementing this now? Should I continue going through all of what prompt three is, and then should we essentially at the end of prompt three figure out how to interweave interbeing.links into here, because this is going to entirely change like the output you must produce. Like it's going to rejig the entire structure of prompt three, right? Like it won't neatly just fit in at the end. The other easy option I can see is make a fourth prompt. It explicitly handles this job following prompt three, and then push prompt four and onwards up one index. So basically sandwich the intralinks inside of prompt three and four. Um, if we do it that way, then we don't need to change anything about prompt three. I can just finish going through it. And then once this job is done, we can essentially just establish the being.intralinks in the next prompt, which should be totally fine. I don't think that's going to slow anything down or make things not work. What do you think about that? So I think our two options are either basically restructure prompt three right now to include being.interlinks, which will effectively change pretty much all of the sections, or we just keep prompt three as is, finish going through it. Once we finish it, we make the new prompt that would come right after this be the one that handles how to establish intralinks. What do you think? Actually, I really like the split of having 3 and 3B, because if there are no essentially recognized being interlinks, it can just entirely omit 3B. So what we should do in prompt 3 is basically set up for some sort of flagging at the end, like a passover essentially into 3B that would flag if there should be interlinks for being, and if there are, then 3B would execute, and if there are not, then obviously it wouldn't, and then you would go on to prompt number 4. So long term, this structure actually fits better with the whole token bloat issue and trying to optimize efficiency. So I think that's the best course of action. So let's get back to prompt 3. I believe I was on section H, was it? Or no, no, there is no H. So I think I was on what was it? Oh, no, there is a section H. So I was on, hold on, I'm just scrolling up. I think we did F and G, if I'm not misremembering. I think we're on H, right? The dedupe section. That's where this whole being entry trace thing came up. Yeah, it is. Okay, so let's keep all of this in mind, and I'm going to pick up at H, and then also keep in mind that we are going to need to somehow set up for a 3B prompt within prompt 3 in order to, create some sort of flag for is there a um, intra-being link, right? Or should we omit that and basically just always let 3B run and essentially check and see if there are any intralinks? What do you think? Hold up. Hold up. Everybody hold up. Okay. Uh, okay, let's do H. Okay. It's understanding. Let's check. I see how. Okay, makes sense. Okay. So basically, like what I'm noticing is what it's doing is basically like these are all previous examples, but how it would relate to all these different fields, which is very strong. Like it should be is basically be able to figure out like I can't even think of scenarios that it wouldn't be able to reason across given all of this. Like, and if they come up, you can very easily just add that example to this list and then it'll never get it wrong again. So like error handling is actually going to be like extremely easy to fix. Like basically what it comes down to is, okay, why did it get this wrong? Like what part of the data is wrong? Okay, where did that data come from? Okay, it came from this prompt. Add that example to this prompt with the correct outcome, and then it will never get it wrong again. Like I feel like this is like an extremely scalable structure. Like no matter what error we encounter, it's very easy to trace it back to the data, which means we can trace it back to which prompt it came from, which means we can essentially write an example to account for that error or like generalize that error in an example and then it will never happen again. And it's already so exhaustive that like I think very few errors are going to come up in terms of the actual data architecture and like writing to it. Obviously downstream stuff like it's going to depend how well we design it, which we haven't done yet, but at this point I think what we have designed is going to work very well. So it's very rare I'm finding an error in any of this at this point. So I almost don't even want to read it anymore and just accept that it's doing it right. But at the same time, I hate that idea. Thing is, if I don't read it now, I know I'm always in the back of my mind going to be like wondering if I actually got it right. Okay, these are all good. So just giving some examples. It should be short because there's not too many cases, so this is, should be 2 entries. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Under the worked examples section, just make a clear note that this state of body entry is not something that the parser should be handling during this prompt. It's just showing that it's a different entry and it shouldn't essentially like get duped inside of emotional or whatever. Just let it know that it's hinting at future structure, but the LLM should not be trying to do any sort of mapping like this at this stage. That's a later task. Where did I add it? Oh, here. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay, section H is looking pretty solid. Do another final sweep of it. Make sure it's accounting for anything in the North Star that this section could be accounting for. Check for any logical inconsistencies. After that, bring I up to the same level of rigor, and then I'll go through I, and then we're pretty much ready to round out this section. What are we at? Clock 4 hours. Quick little morning shift. Quick little morning session. Probably take a little bit longer than I thought to draft all of these prompts with the necessary level of detail. I thought it would be very quick to go from the North Star to prompts, but it actually takes quite a bit of work still. Okay, I'm overheating now. Oh god. This is extremely good. This is extremely good. Okay, I've read through section I now. All of these look really good. The only thing I'm concerned about across prompt three and probably even prompt two and maybe even prompt one, if I looked back, is redundancy. It seems like we're restating kind of the same cases over and over again. I get it that we're illustrating a different point sometimes, and in that case, it's non redundant, but sometimes it feels like we're literally just restating the same thing we've already done. Um, do you think it's fine to just leave that for now, even though it might slow down like a little bit of processing, or does that minor like redundancy not really even have much of an effect? Should we look to do like a redundancy sweep and get rid of anything that is essentially not needed and expanding the logic? and figure out like which section it actually belongs in, to just have it one time kind of thing, or do you think it's okay to leave it as is? Yeah, let me know what you think. After that, I guess I'm ready to move on to output you must produce. The one thing to think about is how we're going to transition into prompt 3B from here, because currently, I guess in the actual structure of being, we haven't mentioned being interlinks at all. So are we going to introduce that in the structure here and just make note that it's not handled till prompt 3B, or should we just completely leave it undefined until we actually get to 3B? Yeah. Okay, how many sections do we have left here? I believe examples is the last. Yeah. It's so much shit. So much shit. Such a grind. Such a grind. Okay. So I think I'm gonna take like a quick little break. I might go make a little bit of food, and then we will pick back up right here. Where is it? Yeah, right here. I think I should make food right now. That would be responsible. Okay, let's do that. Oh no. Yeah. Eggs and yogurt? Yep, 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 yep. Why not? Why not? Why not though? Okay, I probably have about an hour and a half left here. And the goal is to essentially finish as much as we can of prompt 3 and hopefully be ready for prompt 3B. Um, and if we can finish prompt 3B, like if this goes quick, we'll do that too. So that's what we're going to do now. Okay. So this is for creating the being links, which is later. Okay. Okay, good. I'm noticing in the how to write each output field section, there's basically an account for everything except parser confidence. Um, yeah, I'm noting that these sections feel a little bit redundant, like they are definitely just referring to things we've already written already, which I guess is fine. But yeah, I'm noticing that there's definitely a lack of mention of writing parser confidence. If there's any other sections we wrote previously that should also be mentioned here, make sure to go ahead and add that as well. But basically, if we're just going to restate everything, we might as well actually restate everything rather than leaving some random things out. This instant coffee is fucking with my stomach. Terrible. It actually changed quite a bit in here. I have to read it again. You know what? I'm gonna trust that this is right because I think it's impossible for it not to be at this point. This is what I need to read though. The rest of it though should be, um, it should be correct. Yeah, it looks good. Want to check this quickly. Okay, so in prompt 3, we are like mentioning things like intra-being links, but I just scrolled up to the overall structure right now under the canonical tree section where it's giving the full taxonomy. And when it gives the breakdown, there's no mention of what these things are or where they would live. That might be fine. I'm just curious if the LLM will be confused about us mentioning things that aren't explicitly defined up until this point, unless it's been done somewhere else and I just don't see it. But yeah, just let me know about that. I just really want to avoid any places of confusion where we're referencing things or saying things that the LLM won't be able to understand because we didn't provide context around it. We are building. What's your name? Ryan Co. I don't know what to call you. That's a bunch of letters. I see Peter in there. I'm going to call you Peter. We are building the future of how humans and LLMs will interact on a day to day basis. So I'll show you what I mean. So can you see here on the kind of the bottom right beside my face? So the lighting is crazy here. I can't see anything. So the fundamental layer, actually I might as well ask you, do you want to see how it works and then I'll explain it, or yeah, sure. Is that better? I'm not at my usual setup right now. Like I don't have a good mic or anything, so yeah, I get it. It's hard to hear. So do you wanna see kind of what it's about? Okay. So the main functionality in order to support the rest of what the app is supposed to do is basically the ability to schedule things via natural language in a way that is a lot smarter and more in line with how humans actually function in daily life. So, for example, I have a meeting today with Peter around like 10, so I can just talk to it, right? And what it should do is be able to understand what I'm saying. So, what it's done here is it has. Oh, I need to refresh this. Hold on. The session logged out. Hold on. Just pick a random day. I have a meeting with Peter today around 10. So here we can see that what it has done is attempted to schedule a meeting with Peter, and it's giving me some information here. So it said that it had to infer the time because I didn't tell it AM or PM. So you can swap. Say our meeting was supposed to be at AM. I could just click this and it would swap it. I could also just tell it and then it would do the same thing. It's also indicating that it doesn't know how long our meeting is, so to actually schedule a meeting, it needs to know how long it is. So I can just tell it. It'll take us like 30 minutes. So now that it has the time, it should be able to relate back and know that what I was referring to was the meeting with Peter. So there it has gone and drawn in our schedule. Um, that's something I thought about in design philosophy, but no, in this case, no, it should show because in the case where it gets it right, that's a good thing. And in the case where it gets it wrong, you just tap a button to swap. Like it's always better to have a visual confirmation rather than just text, right? Like the alternative is basically you get a follow-up prompt that asks you the same questions, which this just displayed visually. And for users, it's usually better to see something visual rather than just text. So essentially what I'm getting at is a follow-up is required regardless of whether you want to show it on the UI or not in the schedule. And in my opinion, it just makes more sense to have the UI do that work rather than plain text. So anyways, that's the first layer of the software, and the way the data structure supports this functionality is so much better than how something like Google Calendar works in terms of how they use reusable templates and forcing things on clock times and all this weird stuff that does not actually fit how humans operate at all. So, massive improvement to the way scheduling works. That's already a big win. But the real functionality of the app is what happens next. So, what we're doing is we're essentially attaching context to these scheduling instances. For example, like your energy level or your mood. No, it's you would build it from scratch. It's your own thing. Like you're not migrating Google Calendar. It's like you're using this. We're not using Google Calendar. Like out with the old and with the new. Like you're gonna rebuild your life on here is the idea, which should not take long at all the way it works. Because the second layer of it is the coaching layer. So we collect context surrounding these activities, also like the repeated nature of activities. And basically, with that context, we develop a coaching layer where the system can then start predicting your schedules, making them for you, and then also helping you optimize based on what you think you should do versus what the system thinks you should do. And then it's kind of this working together kind of layer to help get your life on a better track. And then the final layer to it is we plug in these things called toolkits, which are domain specific context. So for example, say you're a big fitness guy, right? We have a toolkit for fitness that will include all of that necessary context to be integrated into the system. So like it'll show you, all your workouts you have planned. It'll help plan them for you. All the animations for doing the exercises, tracking your meals, like all that different stuff that would go into fitness. And then that surrounding context fits into the coaching layer, gets all integrated with your schedule naturally. Like here, if this was a gym block, you could just tap it and it would take you right to the fitness toolkit section, show you a full workout within that block, let you track everything right in there. All the context is in one place. And yeah, that's the idea. It basically functions like an operating system for your life, which is why it's called Life OS. Yeah, that's what it is. And what I'm doing right now is essentially um, I'm rebuilding the data structure to support that functionality in the long term because the initial version I designed was just to test how well LLMs can actually do this type of work. And it was only focused on making this scheduling type of thing work, um, which was intentional. But now that I know that that works, I'm redesigning it in a way where it will support the coaching and the toolkit functionality. So that's what I'm working on right now. But the idea is we're going to change the way scheduling works, and we are going to essentially make life coaching possible, like through LLMs, basically, which currently does not exist in a good way. Yeah. Hey, Millsy, salute. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Um, yeah, it depends what I'm doing, but all of the leading LLMs, the code is generated via either Claude, Codex, or sometimes even Composer inside of Cursor, sometimes Gemini. Depends on the task. Different LLMs do better at different things. Nice, nice. Yeah, keep up the work, keep building, keep iterating. I can't find what I'm looking for here. Here. No, I literally only use Cursor. I don't think you need anything else. I think the rest is a scam. Not a scam, like it's just you just don't need it. You just need to talk in English to LLMs. I think that's all you need. If you know how to do that well, you'll get the result you want. I find it annoying to try to like cross integrate all these tools. Like Google Stitch does my UI, but then like I'm doing backend somewhere else and I gotta figure out how to merge all of it together. It's like I don't know. I don't like that. For me, the options that make the most sense is either use Cursor or use VS Code and you just get all the different models set up inside of VS Code. True, true. Yeah, for me, like I just want to skip the step of transferring the code and like reintegrating and all that stuff. But yeah, like I do see benefit in it. Like maybe, yeah, sure, maybe it's a little bit easier to do the actual UI work, but then what you lose in terms of like having to integrate everything after, I don't know. I'm getting the result I want on the UI end with just doing it through the LLMs right now. inside a cursor, so there's no real reason for me to switch. But if I was like struggling and the UI wasn't working, then yeah, I would probably try something else. But I'll still check it out though. Yeah, appreciate it. I'll take a look. I'm sure I can find some like reviews on YouTube or whatever. I never like shut down ideas just because I think I don't need them. I'll still always go look and see. You never know. Maybe Google Stitch is like the best thing of all time. I don't know. To me though, fundamentally, I just don't want to deal with integration after writing all the UI work. I just want to do it all at once. Let me get this out of the way. Hold on. Okay, what I'm looking for right now is something very specific, and I don't know where to put it. Hold on. Gotta look. Here, okay, so it did add it. Intralinks, okay. Okay, good. Now the next thing should be here in outputs. If any of you guys ever plan on using LLMs inside of your software to do any sort of like complex reasoning across data structures, just so you know, it's really fucking hard. And the prompts are not small. And it's hard. In case you were wondering. Like getting LLMs to write code for you is one thing, but then actually using them inside of software in a reliable way is extremely difficult. You have to have very good data structure and very good instructions. So it should be here. The ancient tree, so here. One line. Where is it? Um, we wanted to play around with a pixel game that generates its own quests and maps using player inputs. Like, you can do it that way, but my position is like, why do all of the UI work in a way that may or may not map to the back end? And then have to, after you make all the UI, try to figure out a way that integrates it without breaking anything in the UI. Otherwise, you have to make changes to the UI. Like to me, like the approach I like to take is more so like think about the back end, right? Like think about general app functionality first. Like what are we trying to do here? Then I like to think about the data structure required to support that functionality. Then and only then, once I understand the data structure, do I try to map how the user would interact with that data structure in order to get an outcome. So it doesn't even make sense for me to do UI first. Like I think in terms of backend first. Like I don't like to think backwards. Like I don't like starting with the result and then trying to force the data structure to that UI because that usually restricts your data structure to whatever you came up with in the UI. Whereas if you build the data structure more fully and then you do the UI on top of that data structure, it makes more sense. So if you do it that way, and then like say you go into like Stitch or whatever to do the UI in a different like whatever, like not in cursor or something. If you kept that backend in mind while you were developing the UI, it would probably transfer over okay, but it's still an extra step. And I think if you could just communicate verbally what you want you'll get the same result and you'll just skip a step. But I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. It's preference. Like some people are better with visual tools, some people are better communicating in English. Like there's no wrong answer, but will you encounter obstacles? Yes, you will for sure encounter obstacles trying to integrate a UI from one place with a backend written in another place. That will not just be magic. Like it won't, no, it won't just happen like that. So what's this? Very good backend prompting. Very good agents. Okay, I'm gonna check this out. I always, whenever you send things, I add them to a notes file, and then I look at them after. So I'll check that out after too. Yeah, I don't know. For me personally, I like to do back end before front end because oftentimes you build a front end that doesn't fit to the back end that you actually need. So if you do the back end first, your UI always works, right? So if you do it the other way, you're either going to end up with a worse data structure that is forced to fit the UI you designed, or you're going to have to change the UI to fit the actual intention of the product, right? Oh, yeah. I can't find where it wants this. Like, on my phone. Oh, let me just search for it. For Tell Zero. Yo, what's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, you followed me. Thank you for the follow. Speaking of following, I need follows from everybody in here. Everybody gotta follow me. I need that. What are you up to? Are you a coder? What do you do? There you go. Well, you found one. You found one that is here every day, all day, every day. Cool. What are you building? What's the project? I think maybe it's talking about. Okay, here. I see. Okay, we're good. We can move on to rules now. I see. I see. What are you? Yeah. What are you working on? I've been doing a lot of chat talking today. I need to do more work. So let me lock in here. I'll still read what you're saying though, but just give me a sec. I need to read these. Okay, I think things are looking good now. I'm gonna move on to the rules section and just go through them one by one and let you know if there's anything we need to change. Hmm. Yeah, good. Uh-huh. Mhm. So rule 7, content. Yeah. Hmm. If you pasted something in, I didn't see it. It might have been too long. You might have to split it up into different chats and send it to me, and then I can read it. But right now, all I see is you said this, it, and then sorry, I asked Claude to explain it for you in details, so I cannot see. All right, Millsy, are you still here? Who's still here? What do we got? I do, yeah, here. Join this. Hold on. I'm actually working on building a server. I haven't actually built it out yet, but it exists. So you can just join it. Hold on. Probably do this on Kick. Here. All the rules look solid. I just want you to do a sweep of this prompt so far. Make sure you check context referencing in the North Star, that these rules are essentially all encompassing. I get it that there is a bit of redundancy, but we just want to make sure that at each step of these prompts that the LLM is functioning as intended. Some yogurt, so I need right now. Let's go through these examples. I need to give it a second. It's gonna start lagging. I'll try to scroll. Wow, it's too big. That link work or no? Okay. This is correct. Am I here? Yeah, yeah. What do you mean? I'm here. What do you mean? I'm right here. Where did you send it? I don't see where you sent it. If you sent it in the Kick chat, nothing came through. Alright, I'm not sure where you sent it. Yeah, yeah. So where'd you send it though? Because if you tried to send it, yeah, yeah. Click the link here. Here, join this. I made a Discord for basically like I don't know, start a community or whatever, but it's not like done or anything. But it's just a Discord for now. When I have time, I'll actually design it properly, whatever. Said go here and then you can just DM me privately after once you're here. Here, I'll like the message so you know. There. There you go. You can just DM it to me or whatever. Paste it in here, DM it to me, anything you want. Okay, so this example is correct, I believe. So I'm tired of still doing gym at 5. So the state of body is correctly mapped. This is correct. And then this should map segment 1 here, which is coming from here. So this is from the pack. Okay, yeah, yeah, that's correct. And then it shows the map text span, and then where it comes from, and then what the explicit label is. So these are to later establish memory, not memory links, intra-being links, which is a later prompt, so this is correct. I'm sure you guys are listening to me talk, you're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? I promise it makes sense and it means something. Trust the process. Okay, let's do the next one. So I'm tired, so this should just get tired. Why is there a being trace here in this example? I don't think that's right. Is it letting you DM me, by the way? I accepted your friend thing. So hold on, let me think about this. Should this be so semantic carry hint? So crossroad being carry is what it's saying. And it's tying back, oh, I see 2 segment 1. Okay. So I'm not sure that this is correct. I need to think about this more. You know what always helps me think? Hold on. If your headphones are loud, I suggest you turn the volume down. I need to lock in here. Let me look. Yeah, yeah, I see it. So the question is this mapped to this example? And if it is, so I'm tired, but I'm still doing gym at 5. Yeah, yeah, I got you waving or whatever. So, okay, I figured it out. Okay, so I'm looking through the examples right now, and the first case where we're working on the segment 1 where it says I'm tired but still doing gym at 5, that part is correct. But then when we go down to the next thing where it says I'm tired, I'm not sure if this is explicitly referring back to segment 1, like from the previous example, the way it reads it is. And if that's what is happening, I'm not sure what this example is trying to illustrate. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. And then the other question is being entry trace not supposed to only be mapping intra-being links? Like, are we also keeping track of cross-row links at this stage? Or is that something that would be happening later, right? Because to my understanding, being entry trace was explicitly for intra-row linking. So do we also have cross-row linking going on here inside of being entry trace? If so, how does that work, and how can we distinguish when being entry trace is referring to either a cross-row memory link or an intra-row link? Let me know about all of that. So I'm either misunderstanding this or I got it wrong. Oh, I see, because it's a continuation of old examples. No, I didn't see you paste in any message. I just saw you wave. Okay, there, now I see some sort of thing. But that, okay, I just saw what you sent. It didn't look, seemed like some random thing. Let me show you something. Look this guy up. He's on YouTube. He built this. You know Bridgeline? It is paid, yeah. You want to make a free one? How are you gonna make money? Cool. Yeah, yeah, cool. If you want to just make it open source, go for it. It's a good idea. Like, it's a great product. Um, yeah, that's awesome. Go for it. That's a good idea. Whoever does that idea the best, it's a good idea. Currently, I would say it's a competition between, from what I've seen, probably that guy, and I mean Cursor kind of does it. Not really though. I would say really BridgeMind is the only product that really is doing that right now. But yeah, if you want to compete with that and you want to make your version open source and try to, build a free community or whatever, then let's go for it. That's good. That's good. Saving money is always a good thing. But to run that software, it's not free. Like even just to host it, you need to pay. Um, unless you're just gonna make it like so they provide their own LLMs and you don't have any internal LLM work on your own end. It's good. It's a good project to be a part of. Yeah, good, good, good. Sounds like you're in a good spot then. Just keep going. Yeah, yeah, we can talk about it another time. For now, honestly, it's probably unlikely because I'm doing this, like doing my own thing, but in the future it's possible. But yeah, it's always good. Stay connected, see what's going on in the world. Exactly, yeah. Well, we can just keep in touch, see how things go. Sounds good, man. Appreciate you checking it out, sharing what you're doing. Keep grinding. Just keep grinding. Okay, so these are tying to previous examples. Okay, so I'm noticing here that these are tying to previous examples, which would actually be outside of the scope of this chat's context. Like we defined all the roots in prompt two, but prompt three essentially now lives in an entirely new API call. So these examples won't make sense to the LLM. And it doesn't make sense to me either because I didn't even know that that's what we were referencing. It does say here like same row tired bliss gym context reading example five, but it doesn't say like it's explicitly referring to that past instance, right? So this is definitely a real gap that we need to solve, and we should probably solve it right now. Let's do 50. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get the tracker updated. Okay, so is the idea here basically just to add to prompt three the beginning, starting of the example basically that gets mapped over in P3? Like we're just gonna take whatever exists in P2 and essentially just add it into P3 so that context is mapped across. Okay, I'll let you implement it however you see best, and then I'll check it over and see if it makes sense after. So go ahead and do the changes that you think need to be made in order to make these examples map over explicitly without any ambiguity. Remember, using like language like B2 and B1 does not make sense to the LLM here because it doesn't know what any of that means. So convey the same message, but remove any sort of that ambiguous language. Like it's the same idea as us not wanting to say North Star. go. That's better. Okay, I see. Now it makes perfect sense. Okay, and then, yeah, makes perfect sense. Now, this one is different. So the last turn said, I'm tired. Okay, so I see. Now it makes sense. So it should be creating a link with 15, or attempting to. And then what it wants us to do. Okay, this is making a lot more sense now. The only thing that I'm not fully aligned with you on is in this second example now, where we're adding I'm tired to the previous um, gym utterance. It has a few issues. So let me just scroll up and refresh my memory here. So first of all, this is establishing an intro row link. Sorry, it's not establishing an intro row link. This is a cross row link. So my question still stands about being entry trace, and if this is explicitly for intro row links or if it also supports cross row links, right? Like, how do we actually know that this is the case of the memory link and not a intro row being link or being action link? That's number one. Number two is the segment ID in the being entry trace is segment one. So is that defining the I'm tired utterance, or is this some sort of mapping back to the previous gym turn? If so, I'm scrolling back up now and I see that the only writing of segment one is inside of so schedule context candidates, memory link candidates, as well as input segments. And what is this segment one actually referring to here, and why is the link being made to this segment ID? Yeah, so basically explain why segment ID is getting the value seg1, and then the first thing that I asked as well. Okay, so it's from this. What's mem1 though? Is that the version? So the only gap I'm seeing now is where is mem1? Like it has this here. Oh, I remember. You come up with a label here and then you map it over here. I remember now. So this is where the map comes from, like this. I remember now. And then this is where cap 8 comes from. Okay, I understand now. So then the being extraction. So this was what the map, the baseline pack figured out, and then this is now prompt three's job here. So it's tracing to segment one. Okay, I see, I see. Okay, I'm understanding it completely now. So because the branch in the being entry trace is state of body dot energy, we know obviously that it would be a memory link essentially establishing a being action link, and then it's specifically mapping to segment one of that schedule index. And then I also see where mem1 is coming from now. We're basically writing that label inside of the memory links candidates, and then we have another entry also called memory link candidates, which fully breaks down what mem1 means, and it's pointing to the segment ID of seg1 as well as the target version ID of cap8, which is how the link is explicitly tied to um, the utterance gym at 5. So I think I'm understanding the full picture now. And basically, the outcome of this is basically saying that we are mapping I'm tired out of those two possible schedule segments to gym. And then the segment ID that it maps to is coming from state of body dot energy, and it's connecting to segment one. But okay, so the main thing that I'm missing now then is on the being extraction output, how does it recover what row the mapping belongs to? Right? Like we know that it maps to segment one, but segment one of what? Right? Like the branch is state of body dot energy, which is fine, but what row does this actually exist in? Something about this seems like there's still a gap. Am I missing something? Okay. Okay. I think I understand it more now. So the point of this is just to point like extra context, but it's not doing all the work that has already been done in the pack. That will essentially get reread alongside this little flag. Okay, I think I see the bigger picture now. So basically, being entry trace is not doing a lot of heavy work. It's basically like an additional hint on top of the baseline pack. And when future prompts run, it's really actually looking at the baseline pack to figure out where the memory links would live, or the intro row links would live. Like prompt 3B would do that, for example. And this being entry trace is essentially just a flag. Is that correct? Um, if that is the case, I'm wondering why we're writing this being entry trace at all for anything other than the intra being links, because I thought the reason we added this being entry trace was explicitly to allow for prompt 3B to do its job, which was establishing the um, intra being linked. So yeah, I'm a little bit confused why we're trying to handle cross row links inside of prompt 3 here at all. Shouldn't we just entirely exclude it and let the baseline pack carry that context forward? Yeah. We got a little bit of complexity happening here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's here. This is why. I see. This, okay. This is the missing piece of the puzzle. This is now everything makes complete sense. I see. So this is what ties everything together. I see. Okay, I have now discovered why I'm confused. We have a section called handoff to next prompt, which very clearly says how all of the missing pieces connect together. So when the pack is passed along, or I mean, not passed along, it's already in the same chat. So it's not passed along, it's already there. But when this part is developed, this output of the being extraction output, this is essentially um, providing that missing piece, how to connect the baseline pack with what was written here. And in this case, the being entry trace is explicitly just showing that the I'm tired utterance belongs in segment one, and then that gets linked back to memory one, specifically back tracing to cap 8 and not cap 15. The handoff to next prompt very clearly says that. So that now makes a lot more sense. Um, just to be clear exactly on what being entry trace is doing is basically anytime there is a being entry, it gets recorded and essentially mapped to somewhere if there is a mapping. Right? Is that basically the idea? Like I'm trying to imagine a scenario where there wasn't like a schedule instance or something. Maybe this example is going to come later. Like the segment ID would no longer be relevant, right? So in that case, do we even have a being entry trace? To me, it seems like this is explicitly handling when there are scheduled instances, and we're attaching being links to those scheduled instances. Is that the explicit purpose? Because I actually don't see how this would handle the being intralinks case. Um, that would that would be something entirely different. Yeah, and then the one other thing that I'm curious about is, for example, in hold on, I have to find it. I'm just gonna leave it at that for now. So where is the input? So this is segment one here. So in this one, so this is example. So it gets split. And then for this entry, it gets an entry. So that points to segment 1 of this pack. Okay, so this is referring to the pack, so that's correct. And then in this one, here's our input, here's previous rows. So in here, we've now got segment. Okay, I see. I see. So segment ID is referring to entries in the context pack, not previous utterances. So segment 1 is mapping to I'm tired. So it's basically saying this being entry maps to this segment ID in the baseline pack. Okay, we got there. We understand it now. Sorry, not the yeah, I said it wrong. Not the baseline pack. It's the current utterance breakdown. Sorry, yes, I misspoke. I didn't mean the utterance pack. I meant it's like the breakdown of the current utterance, right? So like say there was like multiple different things going on, there would be different segments, like under input segments, but in the I'm tired case, there's only one segment. So it's essentially per breakdown of the utterance text, there is a different segment ID. I think that's the idea, right? Yeah, so now here, mem1. I need to make sure I understand this. Hold on. So it's saying we're going to attempt to establish a memory link candidate to segment 1, which is I'm tired. For that memory link candidate, with this segment ID, we're going to target cap 8. And the reason we're targeting it is an action being linked. Okay, I see. Okay, I 100% understand it now. So basically, on the input segments, we are proposing a memory link, essentially, and we're labeling it as mem1. Then we're fully breaking down that memory link under the memory link candidates section. And here what we're saying is this candidate ID, mem1, maps to this segment ID, seg1, and the target for that link is cap 8, which comes from the baseline pack. And then the reason for that linkage is an action being relation, which would then obviously get handled later by an action being linkage. So that part is 100% making sense now. And now here, so candidate ID. This would be a down. Is this in the pack? Let me look. I forget. It is, yeah. So the segment ID is seggym from the pack. T61. And here it's doing the same sort of candidate proposal, and it's saying segment 1 maps to this, but which segment? Does that matter? Okay, so for the schedule context candidates now, I also understand how it's mapping, but I'm noticing that it's not pointing out the specific segment inside of that schedule, which the link may be between. Are we just not handling that in this step? Like, is it intentionally omitted? Because, for example, like in the baseline pack, it actually includes the segment ID, like seggym. So why are we not making an explicit link to that segment of the schedule? Does that make sense? Okay, so how is it explicitly deciding when and when not to include the segment in this pass, right? Like how come it has decided explicitly here not to include the segment inside of schedule context candidates and has decided to defer it till later? Okay, so it's prompt two that decided, I see. Okay, I see. So the ambiguity is actually coming from prompt two, not prompt three. And basically, because of what prompt two wasn't certain about, it chose not to include the specific segment. But we could potentially resolve this later in another prompt. Yeah, I see. I see. I see. I see. So the one issue I'm noticing now is that all of the descriptions for context red lives inside prompt two. And is it going to be clear to the LLM how to map context red over to, like everything that's happening from prompt three onward without those explicit details mapped out in prompt two? Like, does it know what all of this means? Obviously, we do because we know what prompt two is, but in this context, everything that's not this deliverable won't be explicit. So let me know if you think this is a problem or if, as it stands, prompt three will function independently of prompt two, given what does currently exist in prompt three. Okay, honestly, probably the best solution here is to combine everything just into one master prompt, like prompt two onwards. So basically, prompt one is the only one that can truly be independent because it's essentially just an intake gate, and then all relevant parsing context is prompt two onwards. So I think for V1, we should go ahead and just combine everything. Can you let me know why we even decided to do prompt two separately? It's because it was supposed to carry the pack context, right? And then basically we were trying to split it because we wanted to handle post pack processing after. I don't think that really makes a huge difference, so let's probably just put it all in one. If we do that, we should then essentially look through prompt three and see where we can simplify in order to not have redundancy with the context that's already been established inside of prompt two. We could explicitly carry over all of these examples because it does read cleaner. A little bit of redundancy is probably fine because the file is already so big, so cutting like even a few hundred lines of text isn't really going to make a big difference. So let's just make sure we're not over bloating too much, but we should still maintain clarity. And then, yeah, I think the best option is to merge prompt two into the same thing, which we don't literally need to do like combine them all into one thing, but just know that the structure is, prompt two all the way to nine are going into the same API call. Um, yeah, make sure we update the surrounding context in this plan file to correctly address this so there's no contradictory stale context. And then anything that needs to be updated for considerations with merge to the North Star later should also account for this. Yeah. Yeah, do a pass of prompt 3 right now just to strip unnecessary redundancy. I think in the examples, it might be better just to carry forward the actual explicit tree in order to be able to see right there exactly what's going on rather than having to, look back in previous context to make the mapping over. It's at least easier for me for now to follow along with the examples. But if there is text that's like explicitly restating things that have already been explained, we can just point to the older context from prompt 2. So we're basically looking for a middle ground between stripping all the redundancy and then keeping the redundancy that is actually useful. So go ahead and make that pass now. Make sure we don't lose any logic inside of prompt 3. We're only just stripping the unnecessary redundancy. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is actually a lot of, it's going to start freezing if I'm scrolling. I'm going to need to stop in about, I don't know, like 20 minutes or something. So I'm trying to figure out what the best place to stop is. Three more sun. Oh yeah, that is what I'm talking about. About the old 6 hour. Wait, this account's been logged in for more than 6 hours. I'm hacking. Oh my god, it logged out. I missed. I was hacking for a minute. Okay, this is much more compact. This is good. This is amazing now. This is good. Okay, the final point of confusion to clear up now is that at this step, we should have actually written and persisted data in state of body and state of mind, as well as state of soul if written. Like we're actually persisting state of being data, like in this after this prompt. But obviously being entry trace is not something that's persisted. This is just handoff info. So is it clear that this prompt's job is to actually persist that section? Or is this something we handle in explicit like API call code work? Like where do we actually make note of this? Is this already explicitly accounted for? Yeah, let's just make this crystal clear. Okay, everything looks good now. I'm just looking at the first example in the example section now, and I'm noticing that segment one isn't explicitly outlined anywhere outside of obviously like the segment ID, where being entry trace is being mapped. Where did that live again? Was that inside of the baseline pack is where it ended up living? I think it was, right? That's where we split up the utterance. So that's why I'm not seeing it here, right? Because that's just from prompt two. Okay, I'm gonna take a break here, and when I get back, I'm gonna go through all of the examples by eye with you, and we'll go through them one by one. Would you say I'm good to continue in this chat given all the context we have, or is there too much bloat and maybe I should move over to another chat? What do you think? Okay, I'm just gonna continue here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna end now, and I need to go through all these examples because I'm like 95% certain I understand them, but it's a little bit iffy. So I do want to keep going through it. But yeah, that was day 21. I don't know how long we were live for. Probably like, I don't know, 6.5 hours or something. Um, but yeah, we're gonna end it there, and I'll be back for either after hours tonight on day 21 if I do some more on stream. If not, I'll keep working off stream today, and then I will be back for day 22. Yeah, just get after it.